Yo, 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 what's good? I see you in the chat, Vic. What's up? How you doing? Trying to make sure you can see me. Easier said than done. So we got some work to do today. Dude, I came prepared today. Last couple days, I gotta be honest with you guys. It felt a little like I was by the numbers. I was just not necessarily phoning it in, but wasn't really giving it my all. Wasn't really being as cognitively engaged as I could have been. And now the haze has lifted. I've written down some things. I'll even do you one better. I'll go over the agenda for today. What's up, Luciferia? So today we are going to finish implementing a new Terran infantry unit called the Madcap. All of it's done. I just have to find a better graphic than the two that I tried out so far. And I'm thinking we won't even be able to get it right on try number 3, which is, I know, astonishing, but 3 may not be the answer this time. I might just have to settle for something a little bit less than what I initially was hoping for. Anyway, other than that, after the Madcap is implemented, MADCAP, after the Madcap is implemented, we got some new units to continue planning for. The Magister, which is already on the document, needs to be revised because I'm going to be changing its passive. And after that, I'm going to be working on some new Terran units that are not yet on the document at all. The Wendigo, the Salamander, the Gorgon, the Phobos, the Penumbra. I may have dropped references to some of those in the past, but we're going to actually get their concepts down. And I think, at least for the case of like the Salamander and the Gorgon, are relatively, I think, easy to at least get them into the game and start working on them, like getting their projectiles and all that shit in order. So I'll be trying to get at least one of those aforementioned units actually trainable in the game, even if it's not necessarily fully implemented. AI support for the Madcap is already in, but I definitely need to like stress it a little bit more, I think. In the builds that I've seen so far, they don't really use it that much. So probably need to take another look at that. But yeah, after I'm done with the new units and stuff, planning-wise, and maybe implementing 1 or 2 of them, I do need to get some more central tech tree revisions done for Terran. We got Terran. The tech tree, generally speaking, is not in the best of spaces right now because of the changes to upgrades. So I think I'm going to reinstate the armory. The academy will remain cut, and the armory will be the structure that actually has all of the upgrades. And so the armory will become more expensive. It will be the sole owner of the future station, and the engineering bay, science facility, quantum institute will go back to not upgrading and be solely dedicated to enabling tier 2, 3, and 4 tech. And that should be fine, because personally, I think that was a fine implementation, and it's just that the Terrans really suck at getting upgrades if they have to like overspend on otherwise useless structures. So making it so that the armory is a dedicated upgrade structure seems like a no-brainer. It'll just have upgrades for everything, and that's fine. And then we will, after we're done revising that and moving the buildings around, I think, for example, the barracks factory and starport will be in basic buildings because they're tier 1 now, along with missile turret bunker. Armory, engineering bay, science facility, quantum institute, nanite assembly, treasury, and then maybe one other that I'll end up adding in, like the ion cannon or something, will be in the advanced section. So we should be good on structure placement in the command cards, and that'll be like the attempt that I do there. And once that's taken care of, it's just fixing up the upgrade costs themselves for all races, like rebalancing them all. I'll probably make all of them the same in terms of what they actually provide. I don't think there will be a bias one way or another. Like, I think weapons and armor will be identical, whereas previously in certain upgrades for like ship armor or something would be more, or no, I think it was like flyer carapace and zerg carapace were different costs or something. I'll probably make it so that they're all the same cost initially. And then after that, it'll just be some more like basic AI changes, I think, running through them all. And once I'm done with all that laundry list that I said, if I'm still streaming, I'll probably work on some custom tiles that I'll be using for Deliverance that Icor can use for his campaign, or it'll be working on some more stuff related to planning or implementing some more new units or something like that. So there you go. That's the rundown here. I feel like I've already done all this work now that I've said it. I guess that seems a bit more explicit, the new syntax you're talking about, Veek. That way we'll have a little bit more of an understanding of what we're actually doing. All right, just revising some of this stuff. Okay. Unfortunately, all of the graphics that I've picked out from Tiberian Sun are just too fucking small. Like, I tried using the Wolverine graphic, which is a small mech, and it's really hard to know that it's too small until you actually get it in there. Like, this thing is tiny. This thing is smaller than a Marine. And also, obviously, looks pretty stupid, to be honest. So, you know, that didn't end up working, even though that was kind of perfect for the Mad... I wanted the Madcap to be, like, this really light walker, similar to the Cyprian, I guess, but, like, the Cyprian is actually supposed to be a guy in a suit, like some power armor, whereas the Madcap was supposed to be, like, the smallest kind of walker you would see. And so then I tried the Cyborg Commando, but this is also too small. Even though this is what's currently implemented. So I guess I should show that on stream now. But as you can see, like, for one, the team color makes it really hard to stand out, and for another, it's just a small ass unit, you know? Like, it's too small. Like, I almost can't even tell, especially since the team color is really dark. I could raise that to create more contrast. It would probably look better. But it's just not doing it for me. It just feels like it's too low detail for Starcraft. So that's where we get some other ideas. So if I jump over here into my... Yeah, I don't have another folder open. So I jump into my Atomic Punk folder. And we've got this guy. It's probably better that I throw him in the game. But this guy doesn't have a weapon, or doesn't appear to have a weapon, but he does have frames where he's attacking. So I think I'll give that one a shot, and we'll see where that goes. That's pretty much what I'm thinking right about now. Like, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it just flat out can't be worse than the graphic I was just showing you. So. Okay. Oh yeah, and this should be 475. It should certainly be at least bigger. If not as big as what you're saying. Like, the fuck? Didn't think I had a cast spell animation lying around in there. Oh, wait. It looks like it's off center on the, like, horizontally somehow. I'll have to fix that. because that's also fucking with the shadow. This is definitely bigger. There's no sound right now for it. Not that you guys could hear that anyway, but... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, tech animation is fucked up as well. It's very unfortunate, in my opinion, that all of these graphics are like so fucked up on a fundamental level. Like it being offset or whatever. That I've already fixed the vertical offset. I didn't know that there was also a horizontal one. I should have checked. We have 34 versus 40, so we need something that will -6 on the right. Oh, it's supposed to be. Oh, I see. Try that. So now it's 34 on both sides. And I'm just hoping that this is also the case for stuff like the right-facing frames. If we go and grab the one where he's holding his arms out, that would be the one where he would be most centered, I guess. Whereas like this is 34 to 30, so it's still off actually. So maybe instead of -6, it should be -5. Then we're only talking a 1 pixel difference on the left for some of the other frames, but it's better than like a 2 pixel difference on the right. I don't know. This is probably fine. We'll try it with this. And if I need to do something further, we can fix it from there. But all this stuff is, I mean, I have a clean extraction from Atomic Punk itself. So these are problems with the source files, unfortunately. Yeah, the problem is that my initial idea was that there would be like twin miniguns or something on the mech. So it would basically be walking around with like, sort of like the Viking, I guess, the ground form of the Viking, but obviously much less retarded looking, which is something that kind of goes without saying for all of StarCraft 2's assets. But like conceptually speaking, a light walker, smaller than what the Viking is, I think, but with the arms permanently like stuck out, you know? Instead of it being free moving like this. Because with the idea that there's actually a dude piloting it. Maybe a better corollary is like the robot from Avatar, the James Cameron movie. There's like a part of it that has there's like a robot that walks around that has arms, but there's actually a dude like piloting it or whatever, even though the robot itself has arms. It's just that it wouldn't be like free moving or whatever. Actually, the Command and Conquer 3 Wolverine graphic would potentially work. Wolverine. That's gross. Don't show me that. Got to be careful with what I web search. Well, safe search is apparently on, but... this is from CNC2. Where is the one from CNC3? You'd think they would just have it. I guess it's sort of like this, but it's supposed to be smaller. Is there no, like, just screenshot of CNC3's? Oh, I guess they did kind of look like that. So, I don't know. Maybe Mech Warrior or something is better. But it would basically be this small one right here, I guess. I don't actually know what the fuck this is, but it's goofy. Anyway, I was thinking of miniguns. The current projectile or current graphic that we were just demoing, you're right in that it would probably look best if it didn't have as many, like if it wasn't a hit scan projectile. I just need to Okay, delete. Yeah, now you can see, even though, well, I guess it's still fucked up somehow. It looks like most of the frames aren't as fucked up anymore, but I can't really tell. Still off center. Alright, so clearly we need to make it flash more than once in the iScript animation. Which is pretty easy, because all we have to do down here is... Oh, we actually already do that. Apparently. Human eye can only see at 24 FPS. Also, obviously, ignore the wireframe that's still using the cyborg commandos. Anyway, I think that this is better. In theory, like, it feels better. I don't know what the fuck those giant arms are, but... let's go into sprites. Madcap should be like 15, and maybe selection circle size of 1. Yeah, that feels better. Shadow probably needs to be redone, regenerated. So their passive is, while stationary, the Madcap's attack speed increases by 10% per attack. So as soon as it moves, the passive resets. So... I'm not actually sure if it's working right now. It doesn't appear to be, so maybe iCore's code isn't working, or maybe I didn't add the latest plugin. That would also be a perfectly sensible reason. I should also fix the text color. Because I know I built it, but I may not have actually added it. Though for some reason, it really still does feel like it's off center. I don't know why. Let's try opening it up again. So here we have a 34. So that's a 34 and a 34, right? But if we take... This is one that feels off center. We got 34 and 35. I don't even know what we do in that situation. Maybe it's not as noticeable now that I've gone and fixed up some stuff with it anyways. It might just be fine. Now that I've set the selection circle higher, it might not be nearly as noticeable. Will attack speed reset if Madcap is not attacking for a while but still stationary? No. It's a permanent. It's supposed to be a permanent bonus. Again, I can check what's up with the stats for it in a moment. As soon as I find my folder. Again, maybe the issue is with the... Oh, it's really hard to see that it's attacking in that angle. Yeah, it's definitely attacking way faster now. And so now if we like fly this unit over, You can see it's still using its faster attack speed. But as soon as we fly away, it attacks much slower. So I do think though that the fact that it's so hard to see that it's attacking on the north-facing frames because the glow is almost imperceptible, it makes me think that either we need some sort of muzzle flash overlay, similar to what the Centaur has, or like the siege tank in tank mode, or I guess also in siege mode. We need some sort of muzzle flash overlay, or it does need to have a projectile as an attack. So I'll think a bit more on that, but at the very least, we have something that is functional for now. And I guess in the meantime, I can find some placeholder sound to give it. My money's on using the not that one. Oh, I don't even have an ice script for this. I'll just use the marine sound, I guess. Oh, I guess I use the ghost one in this. Whatever, it's fine. Are we almost done with the... What are we doing right now? Okay, we are not even... We're about halfway done with the shadow. Reprocessing. It was weird because it looked like when it was facing this way... Yeah, okay, so maybe that's just a feature of the shadow then. When it was facing the bottom left, bottom down and to the right, it looked like the shadow was just a hard cut off. But that appears to be something that's like directly tied to the graphic itself since it's also happening here. But I'm reprocessing it to be safe. Maybe we'll get a more accurate shadow now. So I can mark the madcap as implemented. And that means that we can start on our planning of the Magister. That'll be the next thing. As well as then going heavy into planning for the Terran side of things. Oh, yeah, I did decide as well, battlecruisers are going to go on nanite assemblies. Because they're on the nanite assembly, they will be built faster. This is not really like a gameplay mechanic. It's just that relative to the other races' end-tier tech, Terrans will build it faster, but their production structures are more expensive and take longer to build themselves. So the nanite assembly is a bigger initial investment, but you get to churn out high-tier stuff faster than the other races do. At least faster than Protoss. Presumably it'll be comparable to Zerg, but Zerg require more APM because they morph the units. So it's a little bit different, but... And they have more failure points of tech being, like tech structures being blown up or whatever. So because of that, battlecruisers will get a increase in, or a reduction in time cost. It's just that they will also get they'll be slightly harder to access. And in its place, the Gorgon will probably be alongside the Centaur in the physics lab, as well as maybe a third destroyer-type craft for Terran that I have not yet fully come up with. But yeah, that'll be cool, I think. All right, so this is done. We can close it for now. We'll say... It's 187. I just want to make sure that I send iQuery an updated version of the unit. including the iScript fixes that I did. I'm sorry to hear that, Icor. That graphic sure is something else. You may be interested in taking a look at the latest stats for it, because I've been tweaking some stuff. Yeah. How come you you like the Southpaw so much? What's so appealing about it? Yeah, I made them deal normal damage and attack slightly faster, but cost 125 minerals instead of 75. Or no, 100 minerals instead of 75. Because they were pretty weak due to their low range. So I wanted to make it so that, for one, they could stack their passive faster, which is where the faster attack speed comes in. And for another, that they're more well-rounded in terms of, like, you're spending more money than a vulture. You're spending 25 more minerals now, as well as 25 gas. I think it's 25 base gas. So I feel like you should be able to do that, basically. So you should be able to get your money's worth. All right, so now that we've done that, go ahead and add Veek's latest changes to the Simulacrum passive, and I can test that at some point. Close that for now. Gonna reimagine the Southpaw, the Magister I was thinking about lowering their damage from 10, but might be rough to do that. It's just that they deal a lot of damage, obviously, so with the increased attack speed, they're definitely pretty powerful units. So they might drop to like 8 but have a +2. I don't know exactly how it'll work out. Because I kind of wanted the unit to be more about slowing the enemy down than dealing damage. So I could even like further create a better approach to that. It's 1.2 seconds right now. It was 1.5 before. I might go like 0.8 seconds cooldown, but half the damage. I'll try that, and we'll see how that feels, viscerally speaking, before I go any further with the Magister concept that I was working on. Because in total, that's almost a 100% increase. It's almost doubling the attack speed of the unit from what it's currently got in the live patch, while having the damage. But it's like now you have more opportunities, right, to catch up to the unit and pick it apart. Somehow I set its damage to 2 when I meant to set it to 5. That's pretty embarrassing. Let's try that again. Cool. Yeah, feel free to experiment with your own version of it. That goes for pretty much anything, but... Yeah, this feels much better to me. Like, I really like the idea of a unit that just like chases you down, runs you down until you fucking it slows you down enough to pick you apart, right? It's like especially for stuff like the Centaur, where now its only job or only way out is to fight its way out because it's stuck. I really like that about it. I think it's really cool. Yeah, thankfully I have a Veek who kind of made the SC3 preprocessor, so I have he's my ace in the hole, dude. Oh yeah, Veek, were you around when I was talking about Acropolis and how like thinking about all that stuff was kind of exciting to me because it was stuff where I was thinking about it was like the first project in a long time that I was thinking about from the perspective of like just what do I want to try to do that's fun and interesting and has potential. And uh instead of like worrying about will this work in Brood War, like for whatever reason Acropolis was the first thing that I thought about that in a really long time. Like I didn't bother worrying about whether or not something would work. And that's really exciting. I might even make their attack speed faster, but we'll see. Yeah, it's such a refreshing feeling to be like, wow, I have this concept. And yeah, it probably wouldn't work in Brood War. Maybe we could do a tech demo in Brood War, but I'm mostly worried about the concept. Like, I'm mostly concerned about making sure that this concept is as good as it can be. So that when I get to the point where I can do it, I can actually explore that concept. And I can continue to like shadowbox what would work out and what would be interesting. That to me is like way better than fucking what can I make in Brood War, you know? There's not really a problem with Acropolis. It's just that like a lot of the core mechanics and functionality of things that I was thinking about, there's no system and like that in Brood War, and we all know how annoying it is to add new systems to Brood War. Like there's no system for the mechanics to even exist. Like we would have to make the system and then make the mechanics, as opposed to just plugging in the mechanics to existing functionality, because we don't have the source. So yeah, continuum is also not possible. Yeah, I will. I was actually thinking I was going to do that earlier last week / last couple days in this week. Continuum is a sort of, the idea is that it's actually like a what do they call that? It's not drag and drop. It's like join and drop or something. I'm forgetting what the term is, but it's co-op where you, or it's not really co-op. It's a world where you can. It's like a persistent world, and you can join and leave at any time. And like, I'm not really sure exactly what we would do for players who were leaving as opposed to players who got defeated. Plug and play. That seems like it might be, but no, it's like join and leave co-op. I don't know. It's no, I don't know what any is. It's like I don't remember what the term was. Maybe it is plug and play, but the idea is that you can just drop in, drop out. I think that's what it is. Drop in, drop out play, something like that. So drop in, drop out is like an old term where like console games and stuff, you could have somebody come in and join your game at local co-op and then leave, drop in, drop out or whatever. MMORTS, basically, yeah. So basically the idea is that you could join and maybe an AI would take over your base once you were gone or something. And you would basically configure some personality shit, or I don't know exactly how you would do it. But the idea is that like my idea anyway is that we would have some system for persisting play over time. And you could leave as you come and go as you like. You could start a new game in the same world, or restart, like rejoin or whatever. Leave your current civilization, your current faction, and rejoin, redeploy. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. But the idea is that it's like an infinite map, or virtually infinite map, where it's generating the map as the campaign goes on, or as the playing goes on in the game world. So I don't know. It probably wouldn't be infinite for real, but I like the idea that wherever players are going, that's where the map is building. Like the map is building itself as time goes on. And so it can facilitate as many number of players as you want. And if you're thinking like, oh shit, like I could get destroyed here, you can send some expedition off far the fuck into another planet, into another star system, wherever, and you could set up shop there and expand and get some resources. So it's just like it's this immersive, like persistent thing or whatever. So it could be really cool, I think. I'm not sure exactly. It might be great in concept, and then like I don't know how the fuck we would execute on some of this stuff, but it could be really neat, and that's what Continuum is. V came up with it while I was at work one day. We were talking about it, and I came up with the idea of the name that same day. I do think that like being able to navigate onto planets or whatever, it would be cool. I wouldn't want to create a bunch of new mechanics is the problem. Like I wouldn't want to make it so that you can set up shop above this space station, and in order to invade this planet, you've got to destroy orbital defenses or something. Like, you know what I mean? I would think that would be kind of lame. So I don't really know how I would do that. Like in my mind, it would just be like you travel to this area and there's space platform shit, like wrecks of terrain, and then intact spaceships that you can land on and mine them for resources or whatever. And then there's asteroids that you can mine for resources, and then you can choose to like also land on a planet, and the planet is just part of the tile set somehow, like part of the map, instead of it being like you've got to watch out for all this shit. Yeah, I just feel like the main problem with that approach then is that basically ground units become pointless because air units are king, right? Like maybe we would have more areas that have air unit pathing blockers or something, and some like the capital class ships and stuff would be too big to fit into these facilities entirely. So you'd have to use light fighters and maybe some small corvettes or frigates, as well as like whatever like ground troops you wanted. So maybe that would still be possible to have areas of either on space stations or on the planets where, or even on ships or something, where like there's interiors and those interiors demand ground units to be used as insertion squads. Yeah, maybe. It's just like I would really prefer to not gimmick as like to gimmick as little as possible, or like to make these random restrictions as infrequent as possible. So if it's pathing, that feels less like a gimmick to me because it's building into an existing system. Some air units or some terrain is not pathable by air units. Yeah, like that's the thing is like the default assumption here is that you'd have to like add a bunch of new mechanics or whatever to fit this particular game mode instead of it being like, you know, it almost feels like we're working on a different game conceptually than an RTS, because you would almost imagine that your base of operations, your tech trees and stuff would be mobile as you're spacefaring around, and so you would have like moving expansions that you're mining from and stuff. Like there'd be an orbit or something. I don't know. So I don't know exactly how to work that out, man. That's pretty whack. But your idea, Veek, to have this very large map and then it wraps around on itself, basically. I like the idea, but I have no idea how you would implement that mechanically. Unless, no, I have no idea how you would implement that mechanically. That's whack. That's wild. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one, I quit. I was thinking about a mechanic for the Magister where units that get attacked by them would be frozen, like almost like an instant southpaw hit or something. So it would be like it wouldn't there wouldn't weapons would still be active, but the engine wouldn't. And then I thought maybe that should only be for like mechanical units or something, but I don't know, that it definitely feels too powerful for just like a single hit. Yeah, I mean we would have to investigate it. I'm not saying it's impossible. Just saying I can't immediately come up with some issue. Well, the Magister is really not supposed to be an enhancement unit. It's meant to be this like frontal battle platform. Maybe units that are struck by the Magister can be targeted from one extra range away or something. So if you attack a unit, like say I attack a building with a Magister, a Dragoon can attack it from 1 extra range away. Maybe it would be... It doesn't really fit with the graphic, unfortunately. It's like a cannon. In fact, I'm not even sure if I ever set up its weapon, now that I think about it. What's the Magister's unit ID? I was just staring at it, so... 26. I think I declared the weapon IDs in the ENA. Should be able to find it here. I'm gonna. Magister weapon is 78 neutron cannon. The thing is, like, I don't want it to really be an AoE. Like, I want it to feel more like a single target unit. I did just think of an idea where instead of it being a bouncing attack like what the Gladius has, it would be like any unit in a radius around the target would spawn, would get hit with like a extra discharge or something around it. And so it would be like a fractal pattern almost. Like if you hit one unit and there's 3 units around it, then those 3 units spawn a lesser projectile or a lesser bullet impact. And then after that, like any units around those secondary units spawn a tertiary one. And it goes on for however long it goes on for. But that doesn't really fit with the bill of the Magister's like role. So I think instead we'll just have the range upgrade. Maybe it could be +2. I don't know. We can test with +2. I really think it'll be busted as fuck, but at least it's dependent on one unit instead of it being anything else. Oh. All right, let me start setting up the salamander here. No, they have not been implemented yet, which is unfortunate because they are epic. Nope. I told you I'd let you know when they were done. Any idea about the burrow bugs I messaged you about yesterday? Those are definitely pretty disastrous. All right, so we'll say 17. And I forget what unit the salamander is. 22. Five. Oh, wait. So the salamander is a how would I even describe it? It's like an artillery spacecraft. Launches a series of 3 missiles, and each missile. So the first missile is going to be, I think, 24 pixels in front of the target. The second missile will be exactly on the target, and the third missile will be 24 pixels behind the target. And so this should be at the same angle that it's traveling. And I guess I could just start writing down the concept since I'm talking about it already, but I forget what it's 22, I think. Yeah, and 22 is like Alan Shezer or something. Oh, Magellan. Salamander is the return of feeling the burn, except it won't require stitching the fields together. And hopefully we can get a better fucking graphic than what we have. Was it 10 plus 1 or 10 plus... Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Is there any hard code associated with the Magellan? It's really feeling the burn for you, yeah. I don't think there will be any exploding fanboys. Right. I know there's hard code for like the spells that they cast. That's about it. Excuse me. Like Rocky Ground? Yeah, I could probably port that easily enough. I'm going to add doodads eventually, too. I just haven't gotten around to it. So, Phoboses are going to be the capital class ship, the end game, like, next level up of the battlecruiser, basically. Speaking of which, I should actually get started. Well, not really. It's not like a requirement, but I think. Oh, you know what? If you could do this real quick, Iquare, it would be really helpful if you could find a way to disable the lard code related to oops. The nanite assembly, that would be super helpful. So that I can actually train an add-on. I don't know what the hard code is, but the ID is 203. And it doesn't build an add-on for some reason. It trains it. It might be a hard code with the add-on. The add-on is 200. And 200 is power generator. But I would assume that unit would be fine. So, I don't know. I guess I can double check the data real quick to make sure I'm not missing something. But yeah, it has add-on tick. Oh, maybe because building is not ticked, actually. Hold on. Might be a false alarm. Because I think I unticked building, thinking that add-on was also a flag for that. That's probably what it is, actually. Hold on. Probably a false alarm. Where's an SCV where I need him? What? Hey, it worked. iScript is fucked, but it worked. Yeah, it was just me being stupid. No big deal. Ugh. Destroyed. Eviscerated. All right, let me take a look at the iScript there. Yeah, there's going to be 2 separate weapons for it. I'm not sure if it'll be more than 2. We'll see. Particle. Particle accelerator. Oh, it probably doesn't have a construction entry. Why does it do that? Oh, it probably should be going to a local. Obviously the sprites for it needs to be like, I guess I'll copy it from the machine shop for now. 582.8. I'm not quite sure why there's like a random pixel that's glowing. That definitely seems fucked up. But the team color gets offset later on into the graphic. That's something I should fix. That's probably easy to fix. Check out my penumbra, dude. Nightmare Zerg. I guess I should give these trial run stats. I should actually run and edit the unit itself. Admittedly, I don't even remember what unit ID this is supposed to be. 23 for the Gorgon and 24 for the Phobos. Alright, so we'll copy over the Hyperion, I guess. I actually thought this asset was bigger, so it makes more sense for this to be on the munitions bay, I think. Alright, so we'll revise it a little bit here. I don't even remember if I wrote up a description for the med cap. No. Hello, Alexander. Welcome. What's going on? Pretty good. I'm just documenting some more balance changes that I've been making. And documenting some more concepts. How are things there? Yeah, is that what brought you to that topic, that article that you found? See any good movies, or has it been forgettable stuff? I was actually thinking later today I'll watch a movie. I just don't know what movie I'm gonna watch. I have heard that that's a good one. A classic. Cops are driving right now. I haven't even heard of that one. What's it all about? Interesting. I feel like the Lovecraft stuff could be done really well, but it could also just be super bargain bin depending on what you get, you know? Yeah. That's always another consideration as well. Oh, really? I thought you were going to say it reminds you of the Hornet from your campaign. That's what I would have picked. But hey, that's just me. I wonder if I want to do the salamander from the nanite assembly or if I want to do it from the physics lab enhanced starport. I guess it depends on how powerful it ends up being. Really? To me, it doesn't look like a melee unit at all. What'd you end up doing? Cool. I must have just pulled it earlier. Cool stuff, though. Yeah, it would be nice to get back to doing that. Wasn't really by design that we stopped. Just people didn't have as much time, and myself included there. But good luck with your studying, and yeah, hopefully we'll be able to play on this upcoming mega patch that adds a bunch of new units and smooths out some issues with upgrades and tech progression. Thanks for popping in. So I was in the middle of writing out the ideas, or the entries rather, for some of this stuff. I should finish the Gorgon concept and then start on the Alacanth concept, as well as there's one other that I was going to say, but I forget what it is. Well, I do want to also do the Phobos and Penumbra concepts, but Okay, back to the Gorgon. I gotta figure out what kind of behavior will set this one apart, or if it'll feel like an upgraded Wraith or something. I don't know. More battle, like all-rounder type spacecraft, probably. I'm not really sure about this one since, like, at least with the Simulacrum's passive, it's permanent, and because it's permanent, I feel fine giving it a cap of 10. Whereas this, there's obviously no cap because it's not permanent. It expires after 5 seconds, but I feel like it's more liable to fuck with the player's ability or whatever. Yeah, that might be a bit more sensible. We got there eventually. It just took a little bit. So now we just have to add Phobos and Penumbra. Oh, and I wanted to do like the Mason and the Wendigo at some point as well, but 0, 0, 0, 10. Oops. We'll do So now we've got 1079 and 80. Okay. So I'll continue plugging in some more values, I think just for the Gorgon, and I'll do the iScripts and get the units themselves, like trial run implemented. I guess I'll also do the Alacanth since I'll at least pick the data entries even if I don't fully implement stuff because I've already written out the description of that unit. And then after that, I guess it can just be the Penumbra and the Phobos. Those will be the last two Terran units that I mess with. And after that, we'll jump into the Terran tech tree meddling and the upgrade cost rebalancing. And then I guess maybe some AI stuff, depending on how much time I have and what else I feel like doing. So I shall return momentarily. Got to use the bathroom, get some more water, all that fun stuff. See you guys in a little while. I have returned. Let's take a look, see if there's anything else. Epic! Sure, I guess we'll just listen to this for now. Okay. I'll just set up the other stuff for all this. I'm trying to think about, I guess the Wyvern would be like the quintessential Overmind without shell, by the way. Yeah, okay. This is the one. Wow. I don't know what this is, but... I don't even know what the engine is. All right, maybe that's not the right one that we want to use. But we don't want to use the Centaur either. Maybe we do want to use the Centaur, and what we'll do is we'll make it more anonymous, more generic, over in its own isolated chamber here. And we'll call this Gorgon. Well, I guess this should be the... Whatever, I can change that later on. It's not that big of a deal. So we'll get rid of unused 1 because we don't need that. That's for the Gorgon's secondary weapon firing. We should probably not bother with that either. That overlay. And for engines, I think we'll use probably... I guess we can try battlecruiser engines for the Gorgon, but that's like a case-by-case basis until I make my own set of engines, obviously. All right, so in theory, we should be good to put this in for 1146 and 1147 being everything that we need, except at the very bottom here, we've got Madcap. 475 is the ISID, and we need one for the Salamander. So we'll say my script ID is 476. For the missile, it'll be 477 and 478 for this. Okay. Now over here, we'll say Image ID is 44, and this is 43. 476 for the salamander, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize. Technically, those comments are incorrect. There we go. Obviously, I'm not worried about like very specific things. I just want bare bones functionality here. So we're looking at 1149 for the shadow and 48 for the main thing. And 479 for the iScript. Okay. I don't remember if I set up a Gorgon yet. Okay. Not yet. $79. Okay. Okay. So I got C and A for Centaur, Alacanth. Dropship Wraith is D and W, so that's fine. Whereas we've got WD and then I think E must be Valkyrie, while V is probably Wyvern, and then we can use G for Gorgon almost certainly. 1073 is what we're looking at for that. And this is in a... Where's that cargo? Oh, Wyvern is R. Okay. That's just fine. But what is Valkyrie? Is that E? Yeah. Okay, so we'll call the Gorgon, we can say it will be 72. No. 71. And that will be okay. And this is like a definition of a Corvette, basically. So I'm thinking okay. Looking back over here. Alacanth Gorgon. I think we have everything we need there. We need a salamander. So I'm guessing S, B. Oh, Phobos might need to be S. So A, B, S, and R. So we'll say oh, what is particle accelerator? C. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So now I just need to go into unit ID and add another one here. Try to build, make sure we're not missing any compiler errors here. And over in this neck of the woods, I think we've configured all this stuff to fine, but the salamander needs to be configured as well. I'll give it the same configuration as the elacanth for now. But I might raise the speed. Yeah, I'll raise the speed a little bit. Alright, looks like we're fine. Potentially, anyway. Pretty exciting stuff, I gotta say. I'm quite pleased with how things are playing out here. The only question is, do I have the right everything set up here? Yeah, looks good. On this side. Let's go ahead and close that for now. Salamander GRP is not in the archive, apparently. Which is, oh, well, the missile is definitely not in the archive either, and I should finish setting up the missile before I worry about anything else. And continue working on the iScripts. But for 5 Nations, let's see. So this is HYDRA, elacanth, and we've got, I think salamander is in here somewhere, is it not? Yeah, this right here is HYDRA salamander. Okay, let's go hunting for a missile then. Definitely not gonna do it for me. Must be exciting. It sounds pretty exciting anyway. Wow, nice fire. The dozer might actually be good later on. Nice graphic, dude. All right, looks like we're going into Five Nations areas then. And we're going to look for some weapon projectiles here. Oh, that one might be just what I need. Some of these missiles are really small, so I'm unlikely to get any bigger ones. Imagine having a lens flare SMH. I'm not sure if it makes sense for the projectiles in this case, like what I have here. I don't know that it makes sense to look at them from that angle. It seems really weird. All right, we got 29 here as the highest. I see. I don't. Oh, I do see a 30. I see a 31. All right, so it looks like we want to index or mass canvas this to be 31 or the 32 by 32. I think we can do. Also, sorry about the size around the. In the background, there is some lawn mowing happening, I think. I think by canvassing this stuff out, we should be able to actually have a projectile here. It still looks like it's moving up and down, though, which is kind of not what I wanted. It may not surprise you to know that. So before I go nuts messing around with that, I think I'll jump into here and look for... Holy moly. Oh, that's no man. Wowie. Feels like maybe this wasn't rendered with the right perspective or something. Seeing as how much longer it appears on the side-facing frames. Otherwise, that would be a pretty good one, potentially. All right. So I guess I'll take this, copy it out, and we'll call this like Firebolt. Technically, all of this stuff that's all the stuff that I was conceptualizing as blue or whatever could also be orange. This is what I'm using for that old thing was what I was using for this torpedo graphic is what I was using for the or what I am using for the exemplar. I should actually look at the file sizes for these. Projectiles are never that big. Oh, another one. Okay. I was not very successful in finding what I needed to find there. So instead, I will say, let's process these and see where we go with those. Okay, now I just need to process each one of these and try to make it happen in O-Fire and see if we get somewhere with that. But I'm pretty sure it's way more complicated than I'm making it sound like. Jesus Christ! Right outside my window, by the way. Destroyed. Okay, I'm back. Back on the mic. Hello, I'm about to sneeze, so. Probably. Could have waited another second. Yeah, I definitely could have waited another second. I think we're actually back now. So, yeah, I closed units dead and all that stuff. So let me reopen some shit here for the 22nd unit ID. Jumping into here. Fly and don't follow target is correct. Yeah, so actually this is already set up correctly. Which tells me that I should be able to just jump in and test this out. Okay, I guess we're missing something in the... either the flingy for the salamander, spread ID 576. Yeah, it's the image IDs are wrong, so 1145 and 1144. Obviously, the selection circle will have to be changed as well, so we'll try 573.13 and adjust from there, since we're dealing with the... that's the battlecruiser setting, so... Okay, now we have 1141, 1144, 1145. 43 is what we should be looking at. So that would be why we're off there. Oops. All right, we'll definitely... you know, that engine graphic almost works perfectly, which is really weird. But yeah, we're definitely going to want to reduce the selection circle. I'm going to say by 465, and yeah, we'll try that. I just moused over the button and crashed the game because this unit is using the wrong buttons. So say salamander should be basic commands. Organs basic commands. Phobos, Gladius, Magister. Yeah, basic commands, okay. This actually is a smaller unit than I thought as well. Looks like we're also missing... either the flingy is not being reset, probably, so 272. Weapon flingy, 17272. That seems to be correct. I'll jump back into weapons stat real quick and confirm that weapon ID 17 is being used by unit ID 22. And it's flying don't follow target. So 17 is the correct one. We're looking at 272, which points us to 577, which points us to 1145, which uses iScript ID 477. So it might actually be that either the sprites or images are not configured correctly. That I would not be surprised by. For example, I know for a fact that I should have been draw functioning this to be like, if we look at should be 9-1 or something like corrosive acid shot. Everything but clickable is ought to be checked. GRP ID 1080. It could actually be that there's a problem with the GRP though. I'll maintain that that's a possibility for sure. So we should just see 0, 0, 0, and then include in vision 0. Okay. So now that we've reconfigured that, we should be good to actually have something work here. All right, we are seeing that it's still not working. So what I'll do now is I will Hold on. There might be something wrong with the image itself. So just to rule that out, I'm going to go back into here and set its image to 0, 0, normal draw, and we'll see what we get out of that. We're still not getting anything, strangely enough. So this might be the case of some... Yeah, it might be something completely unrelated. Put that one back. And it might be something related to the missiles. iScript or something? I don't know. I don't see why there would be a problem there. Though I'm also noticing it's not imgalling the missile explosion when it hits. It is doing damage, but it's not doing that. Which doesn't really make any sense to me. So we'll set it back to 9.1, but drop cloaked, graphic turns, useful iScript. So maybe there's something else I'm missing here. So maybe like if I go into the burst lasers, okay. Now that's also configured the same way. So if I were to like EMP shockwave missile is configured the same way, antimatter missile is configured the same way. Oh, well, graphic doesn't turn. That would be why. I just realized that. Well, I don't know if that is exactly why. But that's at least something that is wrong. That this graphic is not meant to turn. Unfortunately, it's still not actually doing what it ought to do. Like, it's clearly firing correctly and dealing damage. I can hear a sound, and I hear a damage sound when it impacts. But the overlay does not get drawn for some reason. And I'm really not sure why. It's not like it's appear on attacker or something, so. And again, if we jump into weapon, flingy, I'm looking at the syntax of other weapon rewrites like the Paladins. It looks perfectly reasonable. 272. I guess I can compare the flingy data to burst lasers. So we do have it set to the right movement type. iScript mask is the only one that's not the same. Burst laser is kind of a bad example. I guess I'll look at the photon or phase disruptor. Maybe it's something to do with top speed, but even then I don't think so. I mean, it's definitely hitting faster. That doesn't really help me though, because we're still looking at a graphic, or we're still not looking at a graphic, I guess, is the problem. So I'm not really sure. If I open up the missile itself, look at O-Fire. I mean, the graphic itself appears to be in existence. I can open it in PyGRP and preview it. So it's not like the frames are fucked. The only thing I can think of is that maybe the GRP ID is wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's correct. Yeah, it's correct. And if there was a typo or something, it would just fail to start the game entirely because it couldn't find the graphic. So that's very strange. I don't know why that's like that. Anyway, DF sent over some icons. Vassal is 0089. Wait, what? Clarion 81. I'll just save over this one to be safe because I think I screwed something up there. So I really have no idea what's wrong with the Salamander missile, but for now, we will... I don't know, that's really weird. Like, the Centaur missile is what I used as a base for this iScript, and it works fine. So maybe I should take a look at the corrosive... oh, it's not wraparound. Jesus Christ, one thing to another. Yeah, wait one, sig order one. I don't see anything wrong with this particular thing. Like, it is ISID 477, which is what is called by image ID 1145. Not that that would matter anyway, this is a comment. But I'm thoroughly perplexed by that one, homie. Maybe I'm not supposed to use FlyScript, but I think I am. Like, it doesn't show at all. Like, if there's something wrong where it's like, oh, it plays its animation once and then it fails to loop back or something, it would still show it once, you know? But we hear the sound, and we... Okay. What if I change its GRP ID to something more obviously wrong? Like, I'll change it to the Gorgon's GRP ID and see what happens there. No, the same thing happens. But the image ID is 1145, which is correct. Right, 43 is Salamander, 44 is Salamander Shadow. Yeah, I mean, I know all of this stuff. I'm pretty sure for a fact. Because I would have seen issues. I guess I haven't... Oh. Hold on. So the Gorgon is 578. 578 points to 1146. 1146 points to GRB ID 1081. And 1081 is Gorgon. Huh. Why would there be some issue there? Maybe I don't know something. Maybe there is something wrong here. 270, 271, 272, 273, 274. I need more information here. Let's try spawning in the Alacanth and see what we get. Oh, the Alacanth works fine by comparison. So the Alacanth is working fine, including its shadow. Which means somehow I have a fucked up set of stuff for the Gorgon? Unless... Hold on. Oops. No, the Gorgon is fine. It's using, like, the graphic, I mean. Gorgon.grp in HYDRA Terran. And that is 1081. And its image ID 1146. And its iScript ID 478. Okay. What the fuck? So there's something wonky happening with the flingy for the Gorgon? That's... Is that real, though? I don't think so. There must be something else wrong here. 578. 578 is 1146. And 1146 is 1081 with ISID 478, which is correct. And 273? Like, I feel like I must have missed a number somewhere and offset something. Oh. Yeah. Well, it would be that, I guess. Jesus Christ. All of this troubleshooting. I have a dot there instead of a comma. Pretty epic. Okay. So we're looking for... First of all... We still haven't fixed our issues with that, though. And it's not like I have a dot in here in the salamander area, so... Why would that be a problem? I wonder if maybe there's an issue with 2-byte flingy entries going together with weapons, and we've only resolved the issue with units. I would assume that's not the case, though, so I don't know. Anyway, I need to fix up the Gorgon's selection circle. And I guess the salamanders as well. The salamander should probably be like... I guess we can try 3. And for the Gorgon, we can try 3 as well. And we'll see where that goes. Maybe 3 is too small. It's perfect for the Gorgon, I feel like. Maybe it's fine for the salamander as well. That's fine, I think, there. Okay. So now we just need to go into PyDat. Just need to go into PyDat. Grab this. Oops. Have you tested it at all yet, or are you still finishing it? Like finishing it as an actual first draft? Cool. Solid work, man. How was your day today anyway? You have to suffer through more school? There's an interesting article that was linked by Alexander in Special Bus earlier today. It was about school and how it was useless, broadly speaking. Yeah, here's hoping anyway. Do you remember by any chance where the treasury is defined? supply boosting element of it? Is it in game hooks or is it somewhere else? Looks like I found it in game hooks. All right, I'm going to increase the range by one more tile and then also make it so that it provides +2 supply instead of +1. What? Oh, okay. Now I need to find some more music. Then we're doing even more work, obviously. Can't stop here. We still got stuff to do. I have got no idea why the salamander missile does not work. That is really still bothering me. I guess I'm not really sure that it's not supposed to be unknown, but... Oh, by the way, Veek, this unknown flag in sprites should be called include in vision. That's the actual name for it in sprite stat. So I don't know if you wanted to update it. I'll DM you that. Hold on. That way you have a more permanent record of it. Well, it's in your DMs now, and I can always. I'm looking at this all the time, so I can always remember later on. Though, if you can tell me where it's located, I might be able to just do it myself real quick. I assume it would be somewhere in, like, wherever the same place the stuff you defined for sound effects data is. Oh no, you Necroned it! No! Permanently loaded! Oh shit. Permanent. Ah, permum. Bing bing baba bung baba boom beam bum. You know what I mean? Here, I'll just fix this real quick. That was always Necron's thing. All right. Let's take a look. Okay. I'll just go ahead and ship this. Icons. That's you actually. You have that face on every time I send you a new zip full of graphics to turn into icons. How you doing, dude? I want you to know that I was streaming when I sent you manicons.zip. And immediately following that, when I wrote Jason, Jace out, I smirked and laughed on the stream. So just saying, haha, gotcha. I was just looking for something to react to that, and that Mahjong was on the first page of emoji. So. It was either that or I was going to react with Black Joker, but that seemed rude. Oh yeah, Veek actually put that together like a month ago. I just updated them recently because they had typos. I also just updated the unknown flag and sprite stat to be proper because I was getting triggered. Oh shit! God damn it! There's still typos in the descriptions. I'll have to fix that later. All right, so now that I'm done mucking around there, trying to remember exactly what it is I was looking at this point. I'm really weirded out by the salamander missile bug. For whatever reason, the graphic is like I'm hearing the iScript. So all the sounds that are playing by the iScript, I'm hearing those, but the missile does not create the imgall at the end of its time. It does do the damage, but it doesn't create the imgall, and it doesn't appear visually. So that's where I'm getting really confused. Because to me, like, I don't see how it would do that unless it was somehow like I've checked, double checked, triple checked. GRP ID is correct. All of the mappings to connect the different entries are correct, like configs, changing weapon, and the weapon's flingy. Weapon 24 is flingy to 229. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Weapon 17 is flingy to 272, right? 272 is salamander missile. It's not like the comments that give me the names are wrong, because then Gorgon and Alicant would be fucked up, and they're not. They're fine. So this points to sprite ID 577, and sprite ID 577 is Salamander missile, points to 1145. Is configured just like burst lasers, for example. 1145 is the Salamander missile, GRP 1080. And 1080 is the... Hold on. If I find it in here. Yeah. 1080 is the GRP ID. It's pointing to 477, and 477 is the iScript ID. Again, configured like... It doesn't turn, so other than that, it's configured like a normal, like burst lasers, basically. And it just doesn't appear. I've never seen that before. And I don't know why I would be like that. Because the iScript, maybe the iScript is at fault, but I'm not seeing anything that's different than the other missiles that I've sampled from. So it's really confusing. Let's see if there's any updated wireframes I can grab while I'm sitting here between. Oh no, I didn't upload the new stuff. I think there are wireframes for the AUK. Yeah, I'm almost certain there are. Yeah. And the Alicant has one. So that's no need to get that. There's one for the artillery. So I think it's just these four. All right, I'm going to give up on the Salamander missile right now. I really have no idea why it's messed up. Am I going crazy? Oh, I never saved XD. No wonder. All right. So for the Salamander, it's looking more and more likely that this unit will end up... I don't know if it'll still be on the nanite assembly or if it'll end up going to the starport as an additional physics lab unit. But it's definitely, because of the graphics size, I'm not as like pumped up to give it as much of like survivability as initially expected, just because it doesn't really fit with the graphic. So I think we'll give it 225 health. 2 armor is still there, but it'll be 250 minerals and 150 gas with a 35 second. Yeah, 35 seconds is fine, and it'll be Force supply might be a little much for this unit, but it does do a lot of damage. So it's kind of like a glass cannon type type unit. So I think for now we'll keep it at the nanite assembly just until we know what's going on there. So we'll say, I believe the Phobos is 23. That's 24. Wait. Oh yeah, Gorgon is 20. Yeah, I think I might end up putting the Salamander where the Alacanth currently is. It'll be like, or maybe the Salamander and the Alacanth will be on the same, will be on the starport together, and the Centaur will be the first available. Well, the Centaur and Battlecruiser will be unlocked at the nanite assembly specifically. I'm not really sure though. I still have to update the nanite assemblies graphic at some point. I forgot about that. Yeah, we did that. Okay. Um, Veek? Stream to Veek. This is your car father speaking. A man is in need of assistance. I don't think Veek is around, unfortunately. I DM'd him, though. Oh, you. Oh, great. Now we have some class that was never closed properly. Some span tag that was never closed properly. Maybe the class is misspelled. That would make sense, actually. Yeah, it's just that I didn't equals it. So we'll say... Oh, we need 5 and 6. I'm willing to bet I'm going to need to, oh, there is no ice script at all. I was going to say, take the ice script that they made for that graphic and redo it. But apparently I have to do it anyway because it's not even here. The question is, did we already define the penumbra somewhere else earlier? No, I'm not seeing it here. Okay. So we'll do HYDRA Terran phobos.grp. HYDRA Terran penumbra.grp. And HYDRA Terran penumbra shad.grp. So we're looking at 1083, 1084, 1085. Go ahead and grab this. right. So we got all these to get rid of. How many deep are we going here exactly? I think it goes to F, right? Yeah. Okay. It was actually way simpler than I thought it would be, to be completely honest. So now we get to close this. All right. Oh yeah, of course. I don't actually have the Phobos graphic. Oops. That's a bitmap, dude. Right. I guess we'll go ahead and try that again. I like that turn radius. Probably needs to actually animate slower so that it matches the frame rate of everything else. Image position should be higher up for the selection circle. Well, it's only waddling like that because its turn radius is super slow, or super low, I should say. So for the penumbra, we'll put that at like 8 for the image pause. Oh, it's because I set its turn radius to 1 when I meant to set it to 10. Or 12 or something. Yeah, no wonder. Jeepers creepers. I'm not sure why the penumbra, or sorry, the Phobos rather, is fucked up though. Image ID 51 points to 1083. The graphic appears, but for some reason it crashes on start, which could be due to unit ID hardcode or something. But I would kind of expect that it would not be fucked up. I don't know. That also kind of looks fucked up though. There clearly needs to be some sort of muzzle flash on the dick, but I don't know what what it would be exactly. All right, so we'll have to clean up the walk animation. All right, what did we say for its weapon anyway? I'm pretty sure I can actually use the Hunter Killer Needle Spine weapon. That's no problem. Oops. Wait, what is it? It's 10 so far. Okay, save. Okay. Pretty good shit, in my opinion. I do wish that it was a more suitable graphic, but we take what we can get around these parts. Down in here. So here I think I'll smooth out the walk cycle by fixing, well, I don't know if that'll actually do anything of value there, but no, that looks even more fucked up. Okay. I'll say 70 explosive. Forget what I said for its upgrade. Apparently it's only supposed to be +2, but we'll see about that. 12 range. 12 range might actually be 384. Yeah, it is. Amazing. Really, it should be cock cannon, but will be PG for the clown emojis that are out there. Oh yeah, we also have to probably actually lower the selection circle girth. Did I not save my pi dat? Weapons dat or what? I don't know what happened there. I do have the right unit open, presumably, so. Yeah, that's working correctly. Oh, this is another shadow that's probably out of sync because of all the leg stuff. That will be a pain in the ass. Almost certainly. I guess what I could do for this, again, it will be a pain in the ass to do, but I could do like, oh man, it has so many facing angles. I was thinking what I could do is every frame that's south facing would get its own shadow, and then like basically create my own automated like batch thing for each shadow, but it's kind of cheating because I attacked them while they were still spawning. How was my progress? Pretty good. We just finished adding all of those units, at least rough cuts of them, to the game. So we'll say salamander. Alacanth. Salamander, Phobos, Penumbra. I'm still not sure why the game crashed when I tried to spawn a... Penumbra. That seems a little odd. Oh. Order subunit guard. Did I somehow forget to... I'm really confused by that. It's not a subunit, though. Maybe it was just me not saving my unit stat changes or something, and that's what caused it. I'll try it again. Oh yeah, it works fine now. Obviously the engine is fucked. Okay. Alright. No big deal there. Seems like that fixed it. It was probably just that it didn't highlight a save to change or something. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna start organizing the wireframe. Shit. I believe that's the GRP wire or unit or whatever. Phobos 24. Okay. And then I need salamander. Alacanth is 52. Did I throw anything else in there? Don't think so. All right. Holy get ahead. Okay. With that said, I unfortunately will not be able to get to start working on any of the AI changes necessary for like the AI to use any of these units. Not that most of them are even implemented fully yet anyway. But Madcap's already got AI support, so it should be good. And obviously, I still have to get some work done on... well, there's one more unit that needs to be... Or actually, I guess 2 new units. That need to be planned for the Terrans. There's the tech tree revisions related to like the upgrade structures and stuff. I'll probably do that later on today, if not tomorrow on stream. Upgrade cost rebalancing, same thing as what I just said. And yeah, the AI changes. So we at least have some stuff that will probably roll over until tomorrow. So stay tuned for some more progress on that. It'll be very exciting, very epic. And yeah, thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for everybody's assistance today. I will catch you guys, I don't know, sometime soon. Bye.